Hello world and hello chat, welcome in, I hope you're doing well. Hello Hava and Gap, hope your next match is going well, Gap. For Hava, Gap has been playing his Pokemon Pocket Tournament. So far he is 3-1, so he's doing me proud. Look at him go. I believe in him. I also just realized that I titled the stream Bucket is Life, Bucket is Love, when it should be Bucket is Love, Bucket is Life. At least I think that's how the thing goes, right? Oh, well, we're just gonna call it interaction bait. And leave it back that. Yes, it was clearly intentional and it is interaction based to get people to correct me in chat, yes. That way my chat is gonna look more active and more people gonna look on the stream. It's a perfect plan. Gap winning big on his birthday, exactly, as usual. As usual. See, by the way, we already opened the game in the background, as I usually do. And when I opened it, it asked me what the current time is for the second time. I already said it the first time I opened the game. And after I set the current time, you know, very diligently, as usual, the game was like, oh, you know, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to actually set the time, you know. Most people just skip past this point and just leave it at 12 AM without changing anything. So this really tells me that you're paying attention and enjoying the experience. You know what? Next time you boot up the game, just put in your favorite time instead of the actual time. And then it put me back in the main menu. Sadly, I didn't feel that because I didn't expect it to happen, but now you know. That is what happened when I opened the game today. And after that happened, I've been spending the 5 minutes until stream started thinking about what the hell my favorite time is. Do people have favorite times? Is that a thing that people have? Do you guys have a favorite time? I have no idea what my favorite time would be. I actually need to think about this before I open the game the next time so that I can put something in. 3 is in the W, 1's in the L. I'm liking how it's going. Already proud of me. Yep. Very, very. I'll be here, but when the match starts, I'll take off my headphones and enter 1% game mode. I will also enter game mode on posture-wise. So if you say something I don't answer, please say again when I show up once more. Don't worry about it. I understand completely. Gotta get into the game of mode. Got a game in your tournament. Very understandable. Yeah, does those things. Ugh. Yeah, next time I would probably open it on stream so that you guys can actually see the stuff that the game is trying to do before we get into the main menu, because apparently that is part of it. My third time was 10 because that's when the stream starts. Now that's very nice of you. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna put in 10 next time because of the same reason. That's a good idea. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, honestly, other than that, my day hasn't been too eventful. We've already seen each other yesterday. Well, yesterday I didn't have time to talk about my day, so what did I do yesterday? God, goldfish brain can't remember. What did I do yesterday? Alright, I played Celeste the entire day. I have finally finished the Seasides, and I'm now on the final chapter, which apparently is 1/3 of the total playtime for some people because it's just that much harder, so looking forward to that. And yes, I know that you're about to write something about me not streaming Celeste. I already told you I'm playing it with a friend, you know? Can't do anything about that. But yeah, that's what I did yesterday. And ouch. And yeah, today I also didn't do too much. My life is pretty calm currently and I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Today I, played some Beat Saber, had a bit of a workout in general. Yes, I know that you want me to stream Beat Saber, I will see what I can do, but, sometimes it's also nice to just privately play it. Because that way I can just relax and I don't need to worry about being funny all the time. Which I am, right? Chad, tell me that I'm funny. Tell me right now. Yeah, so played some Beat Saber, had a bit of a workout, had a nice shower so that you can't call me stinky, and basically just relaxed, Watched some videos, now we're here, and now I'm about to play it again, That's how it goes. Got a pen in a beluga hand. You could try not having friends. Yeah, that is something I could try. I thought that it was quite easy, but I actually do enjoy having friends, Oh, if you need advice for it, just ask me. Oh no. Maybe I could give you some advice on how to find more friends, other than the people in the stream. Because we are friends, right? Except for the fact that I'm going to murder all of you. That was especially mean, Martin. That pair with the message from before is kinda perfect. Cynthia would never lie to you. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Never. Never at all. Ew. At most it's sarcastic, which obviously I should be able to tell that it's the opposite. It's not a lie, it's just the opposite of the truth. And if you think about the opposite of the truth, it's not always a lie. So yeah, until later, good luck. Alright, well, if Gap is starting, how about we start our game as well, huh? This was in response to you telling us to say you're funny, by the way. Ah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sometimes the delay fucks me up a bit. Because sometimes I'm just yapping, and if you respond to something after the delay, I'm like, what was this about again? I don't remember. But yeah, thanks for reminding me, that does make a lot of sense, and also fuck you. Alright, let's play some Stanley Parable. After all, we have a lot of endings to go through. We need to go through the right door, and they need to take the bucket with us. Everywhere. Everywhere, bucket. Yes. The bucket is great. I hate a bucket. Oh, there we go. Then let me change the stream game. Stanley Parable. Oh, there it is. I'll try the next. For some reason it was pretty far down in the list. That's weird. Alright. Obviously we're not playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, by the way, we're playing the Stanley Parable 2. I would never confuse those two. So let's go. The end is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
Oh
number
god, I forgot about the
427.
goddamn balloons.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in
Still
room
can't believe he put
427
the opposite
and
of
he
the
pushed
balloons that I
buttons.
wanted everywhere.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to
Here's the
push.
story toss and
and in
Incinity.
what.
Yes,
This is
it's
what
a very
employee
beautiful and funny
427 did
story.
every day,
Just like its
every
main
month,
character.
of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made.
There's a
exactly
pretty clean
for
desk.
this job.
You can tell that this guy's not
Stanley
doing real
was
work
happy.
by how clean the desk is.
And then one day, something
There's
very
not like
peculiar
paper
happened.
scattered everywhere,
Something that would
so
forever
obviously he's not
change
working.
Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions,
Happy
call a meeting,
birthday!
or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
Happy 12th
This
birthday,
complete
Japanese!
isolation.
Yay!
Something was very clearly wrong.
I thought it was Gab's
Shocked,
birthday.
frozen solid,
Oh my god, is
Stanley
Gab the
found himself
12-year-old
unable to move
Japanese?
for the longest time. But
Has
as
he
came
been
to his
that
wits
all
and
along?
regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, here
All
we
of
go.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Oh?
he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. I remember this before. Wait, on our first playthrough we're already getting new stuff? I thought we were just gonna go on the path
No
that
matter
we
how
set
hard
out.
Stanley looked, he
to
couldn't
go.
find a trace of his co-workers.
Damn, how dare you introduce an unknown variable game? I thought I was just gonna do what I wanted. Oh, I know that the steakhouse got saved on the bucket. That's great. Love that, actually. What happened here? Was this always this way? Huh. Alright, well, let's go to the meeting room. I want to hear more about this figurine meeting thing. Oh, a ladder. Don't worry, son. Let me get my ladder.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But I know I said that I wanted to go to the right, but I really want to know what this meeting of Figurine Enjoyers is about. I don't think we was there before. Right? Oh! That's nice. That's nice. Ah yes, Danglers at its finest, that's new. Warehouse access plan. Produce 1 plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Cresta's remains from warehouse below. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. I agree, we always need more planks. These shop was simple. She sat on the counter in kitchen 427 and toasted sliced bread with a heating element. Orders came to her through a monitor on the kitchen counter telling her what bread to toast, how long to toast it, and in what order. The new Norland, even if you will. Ah! Looks like 427. How fires there be, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Places to search. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit, a large room, lots of boxes. I think that's on the right, which is why we haven't seen it yet. 5 VMP. Okay, I'll take it. A win is a win, right? Even if the pair doesn't show up for the match. Yeah, we take those. It's not the win we wanted, but we take those. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Yeah, we got that one. Somewhere both red and blue. No idea. Nearby a fireplace in a private but smelly place for an important person. Oh. Is that what you call what's in your pants, guys? Do you call it your private but smelly place for an important castle? Because I don't. Because mine isn't smelly. I shower. Nice. Why you? There will be cleaning after war required. Want to go home? I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh god, 10 steps to successful work-based investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigator. Plan the investigation. Conduct interviews. Gather documents, clues, evidence. Evaluate documents, clues, evidence. Take action. Document and print list. Very good. Very good. It's very wise. Beware the false prophet. Collecting is sexy. Damn, I agree. That's why I collect cards for card games. Because collecting is sexy. Right? So I'm the sexy. Damn, it all makes sense now. I'm still not over the private but smelly place for an important person. You know, that is a very soft description. Trust the completionist instinct. I always do. I already trusted the completionist instinct when I did all the Hades achievements. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless to be honest. But choosing it as soon and Karkins is the opposite of sexy. Good thing I don't do that then. Weird spinning figurines. Ideas. What do they do? Our data? Stock options. Money. Damn. Let's go. Everyone wants your data into stock options and money. That makes sense. Employee 41 building a bridge. So on a cargo rule. Do we need contracts for them? NDA? Potential liability. Foreigner stuff. What we know, what we forgot, what we don't know yet. Yeah, this is a very accurate diagram of my university life, honestly. You know, there's the stuff that I know, there's the stuff I don't know yet, and then there's all the stuff that I knew once but already forgot again. This is a perfect diagram of what university is, Mike. We know you do. No. Can we say them? Obviously, more money if sold together. How many are there? 6. Why floating? Magic. Our quarterly success, magnets, training exercise. By management, dreams. Should we make them employees? Maybe? Yes. Oh, interns. Ah, we turned them into interns. Why do they look like 427? Who knows? Who knows? Difficult findings. Source of levitation. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. How it feels to study philosophy. Maybe if we are the collectibles, everyone shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambiences or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones. Also has directional mic, a mic always picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any deets on this? Wouldn't you like to know? How can we find them? Bottom text. How can we indeed? Let me sip my drink. Well, we know small flying objects that repeat across the office. We have to synergize our results to add show there too. There are many questions. There was no member from management. Bill. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Quiet. Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Yes, yes. Thank you. Good luck. Alright. Well, that wasn't a very useful presentation, but sure. Alright. Close my clue.jpg. Help, I'm upholstered. Where are they? Please don't leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance in this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. I'm happy that I came here. Sadly, we won't be able to get any new endings, so the broom closet is not locked. Let's go.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
One day I'm starting
No
to get
reason
nervous.
still be here.
Nervous. Think I'm gonna watch this android that tries to kill me from time to time to see if I relax a bit. Yeah, just look at this beautiful, relaxing
It
broom
was
closet,
baffling that
Gav.
Stanley was still just sitting in
How
the
can you
broom
be
closet.
anxious when
He
looking
wasn't
at
even
such a
doing
beautiful
anything.
broom
At least if
closet?
there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is,
I'm honestly
he's
surprised
literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
That the dialogue doesn't remember that I've already been here and actually repeats.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
No, I'm
Standing around doing
exercising,
nothing?
you know,
Why? Please offer
doing
me some
some
explanation here. I'm
light
genuinely
exercise.
confused.
just going up and down, up and down. Indeed, a good broom closet. That's what I've been saying.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I disagree. It's very important to me.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe
I
when
will
go
make
talk
you
about this
put
with your friends,
wood
you'll
in
say,
front of the
"Oh,
door again to
did you
keep me
get
out."
The broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite. I hope your friends find this
I really love
concerning.
that he puts the XC in there. That really makes the imitation of my
Stanley
voice
was fat and
perfect.
ugly and really, really stupid. He
No,
probably
it's
only
just
got the
rude.
job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also,
Ooh,
Stanley's
drug
addicted
money?
to drugs and hookers.
Where are they? Where are my drugs and hookers? Have you
Well,
hid
I've
them
come
in
to
the
a very
broom
definite
closet?
conclusion about what's going on right now. You're
Out.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical melody of some
Why are
sort
there two-
shoved down your central nervous
Why are there
system
two rolls
and
of
you
tape?
collapsed on the
Were there two
keyboard.
rolls of tape before?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is
Has
to
the
alert
game
someone
successfully
nearby
managed to get me?
so
Oh
as
my
to
god, there's a
ensure that your
third
body is
roll of
taken care
tape.
of before it begins to decompose.
Who has
Hello?
who has four
Anyone who
rolls of
happens to be
tape
nearby?
in their closet?
The person
What do you
in this
need all this
computer
tape for?
is
No, we
dead.
kidnapping.
They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
Is the game trying to
It's
make me sus
indicative
of
the
everything?
long-term
Yes, but still.
sustainability of your species.
Who has four?
Please remove their
Who has
corpse from the
four
area
rolls
and
of
instruct
tape
another human
in
to
their
take
closet
place,
at the same
making sure
time?
they understand
You know, I
basic
understand too.
first-person
It's
video
nice to have a
game
backup,
mechanics
but
and
four?
filling them in on the history of narrative
And they're all
tropes
on.
in video
They're
gaming,
not even on the
so that
same
the
shelf.
irony and insightful
Which kind of
commentary this
psychopath?
game is not lost on them.
Which kind of
when
psychopath
you've
put
done that,
this
just
stuff
step out
here
into the
in this way?
hallway.
This one, look at how this isn't even lying down correctly. This could just roll off the thing at any time. Please put this here. What kind? No! There must be a psychopath in this office. I will not accept any other explanation. Buying 4 duct tape rolls, putting them on different shelves, and putting one on the side where it can just roll off at any point. That's not normal behavior. I refuse to accept this. Also, this one doesn't even lie on the shelf properly. This could also just fall off as, like, something happens. I don't know. Whoever put these here, I hate them. They're so asymmetrical. It's not nice and orderly. Bruh. This is the only cause of a huge piece, of course. There needs to be more than one roll of tape. When... Alright, listen. In what situation will there ever be more than like 2 rows of tape in use at the same time? It's like in a moment. But sorry, I got some food, which I appreciate. I will snack a bit on the side snacking, the shacking, or something like that. Americans, and yeah, have you never seen an American fix a plane with duct tape? Yes, but 4 rows? There are thousands of people working here. I mean, not right now, but theoretically. And family has never encountered people before. Because people... No, I refuse to believe that this is the only... There's no way this is the only broom closet if thousands of people work here. And how many times do you actually need duct tape in an office building? I feel like the only person that ever needs it would be the janitor. So 1 roll would be enough. Maybe 2 if like 1 is in use at a time. Don't need 4. You've known copy before because people will not return the duct tape once they're done with it. Plane is very dainty. I will eat a pizza roll and be angry at this broom closet for a moment. Well.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Cindy, there are 4 rows of duct tapes of 4 people can tie you up and everyone has their own roll of tape. And to be honest, when tying you up, I hope they start with your mouth. Around.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Well, the problem is we've already done all these endings. And we've also already collected all the figurines in this area of the story, so I think I'm just gonna reset the run probably. I just want to have a look at the ticket collecting thing.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was...
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. After all, we've already gotten all the left door endings. I just want to have a look at the collectors
All of his co-workers
meeting.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Whatever noise was coming from the printer doesn't really look like it's operating. Strange. But I need to do this again. I mean, I already went to heaven, so it's not like I need to do it again. But it's nice to have the option.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That's definitely what I want to do.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all.
Beautiful.
Just to spend a few moments
Anyway.
here, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, so last time we went in here and found out where we can either go back to the left and return to the left path, or we can get the confusion ending where we look for the story. We've done both of those, so I guess we're gonna see what's behind this door at the end here. Since you never used a printer, if she did, she would know that printers are the only real not domesticated machine because it does what it wants when it wants. I mean, yes, but not when it's off, you know? Not even a printer can use electricity that isn't there. I have a printer saying literally right next to me, and that doesn't make any noises when it's turned off. Oh.
Stanley was
is
so
this
bad
place?
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Rude. Whoa, platform. Okay. These desks seem a bit high, no? Or is Stanley just very small? Like, if this is my head height, then working on this desk seems terrible. God, Stanley is a midget and we didn't even know. Oh God. So do you want a printer boomer moment? What do you mean? Sometimes you just need to print out documents. It's also a scanner, because sometimes you need to scan documents. I don't think that's a boomer moment, that's just normal. You need it. Everyone to do work, you know? Right, well. Caution, do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. I'm not lying, don't call me out like that. How dare you? Hello? Therefore, that's just a coffee mug. Okay. Interesting. So if we find a key card, we can go in here. Well, that truck looks suspicious. Hey, there's another figurine. But how do... Of course there's balloons in the ceiling. How do we get down there? Oh, right. I guess that's one way. I'm just going to look around for that before doing that. Or maybe see if I can find something else. Okay, so we could use the lift, you know. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. Damn, we need to pay a penalty for dying. This sucks. You're supposed to print scan at university, Stanley. Also, if it's a printer scanner combo, I hope it's a brother. Although we've also started doing anti-consumer things lately. No, it's sadly not. My printer is a bitch and I hate it. Anyway, yeah, I guess let's just jump off, right? Seems like the most reasonable thing to do. Clearly. Ah, HP. Is it? Right, let's go. Hello? Hello? Damn, where does this lead? Oh no, but first I need to collect the figurine. After I collect the figurine, we can still go back. That does not look safe at all. How are these even holding up? That's not how physics works. These would fall so fast. They would definitely not be able to hold a grown-ass man.
Now, Stanley, you've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Well, I love it when the first number equals the second number.
In the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
I love it when the first number equals the second, chat. That's the best feeling. Whenever you play a game, when the first number of your achievements equals the second number of your achievements. Well, that really gets me. This printer's by one Brauer model came out in like 2014, still sold today because I competitors is actually good. And it has no stupid always online shit, and really just works out of the box. And then on the other hand we have HP. You know, I don't want to talk about printers anymore. Makes me sad. You know, I think it makes me sad enough to try out what happens if I jump.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Very powerful, yes. Right, I guess
All of
that's
his
bad.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Was
he had
totally
simply
worth
missed
it
a
in
memo.
order to feel powerful. I feel so powerful, you have no idea, chat. Literally power tripping right now. Printers make me sad as
Two
well.
open doors.
Yeah.
He entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Of course.
Wow. Yes. This room. What a beautiful room.
This is different.
What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible
They are
even
back
to
making
consider.
dinner. Yes, get yourself some food.
But eager to get back to business,
And I agree,
Stanley
you
took
know.
the first
Not
open
experiencing
door on
that
his
room would
left.
be very sad. Alright.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
We're
it's
back
incredible
here.
he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, so let's look if we can go into this vent over here. We're gonna be a sus imposter, as the kids say. And vent. Oh, loading. Where are we going? Oh. What is that? Can't read it.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office
That
had
seems
begun.
normal.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office
I
had
think we
begun.
broke him.
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had
Yeah.
begun. So far off the beaten path. that
So
it
this
seemed
is
the
where we
office had
saw
begun.
all the
So
narrator
far
voice
off the
lines,
beaten
huh?
path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten
I think the
path
office has
that it seemed
begun.
the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had...
Thank you.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's
Yeah,
the
would have
kind
been
of
very
twist you
sad.
think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
It's pretty
How
nice,
much more
yeah.
exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
You did this to yourself. Oh. Okay. I guess we just made him sad. There. And apparently making the narrator
All
sad
his
puts you back in the
co-workers were
beginning.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want to try and see what happens if I press the button on the recorder again. But I want to wait for him to finish his story. I'm not sure if it's worth going all the way back there just to try that now. I mean, I guess the way isn't that far.
When Stanley came
gonna
to a
try
set
it
of
real
two
quick.
open doors, this was
It'll
not
only
the
take a
correct way
moment.
to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I need
Perhaps
to
he wanted
know
to
if
stop
I have
by the
something else
employee
I can
lounge
do
first, just to admire it.
other
The
than
lounge
making the
was
narrator
sublime,
depressed.
a work of art. What but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's just go
Stanley was so
here,
bad
go
at following
here,
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
jump off. Damn, we lost a lot of time on that one. The speedrun is dead.
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun.
Alright, there we go.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be.
Okay, I
All
can
the
just
back and
re-enable
forth between
it
you
if
and
I
me,
want to.
all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording.
Alright,
It was
so
all
nothing
just
too
in Stanley's
interesting.
head. I bet that's the kind of
Skill
twist
is
you think
here.
is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out
Alright, I'm just
all
gonna
to be
wait
in
for
the
him
main
to
character's
finish his
imagination,
little
you must
monologue
absolutely
and
bolt
reset
off
me
the
real
couch in
quick
pure
and eat
shock
another
at the
pizza while I
phenomenal
at it.
and intricate storytelling. It must be so
Yeah.
simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
So I
How
could
much
ever
more
remember how to
exciting
do
you must
this.
find the world than the rest
And in
of us
hell,
do.
that is a risky, isn't he? No. Is that
Now
in
I've
the...
become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
I
mean?
love that he just becomes
Stanley
sad and the
decided to go
story
to the
ends.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I guess without the narrator, the story can't continue. Makes sense.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Alright, so let's take the actual lift and see what's
Stanley
going
was
on
so
down
bad
there.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
I didn't expect
but
to go
the fact
up.
is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
For her? Where's she? Also, I think we can probably jump down on this walkway. So that's something I want to try during another playthrough. But for now, I'm going to continue over here and see what's going on.
This is
What's
it, Stanley.
going on?
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Heyo, are we getting a waifu story? Oh. That's an ominous black door.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Why am
if
I?
you can truly place
Why
your
am I
faith in
trapped?
another, then pick up the phone.
This feels like the wrong kind of interrogation. Also, I'm not gonna pick up and see if anything happens if I don't. Let's see how long she is trying to reach me. If she stops calling when she didn't love me in the first place, no, wait for me while I eat another pizza roll. Where? Yeah. No. Is it just me, or is this a very strange bend for a cable? Doesn't look like the cable should look this way. Ugh. Doctor?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold
Oh
on,
my
Sue,
God.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
No.
Did you actually think you had
My
a loving
loving wife was
Who'd
a
want to commit their
lie.
life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
My loving wife was a lie.
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Oh, hello, my DM is railroading me. Hello. Little brick wall in the middle of no, okay. Oh, first you take away my waifu, then you take away my choices. Why are you going to take away next, sir?
This
That's
is a
a
very
strange
sad story about the
placement.
death of a man named Stanley.
Damn. You about to kill me? Hey, yo. Oh, wife has some very nice proportions. Alright, good morning, employee 427. Press G on your keyboard. Alright.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Alright. Please press I.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now
I love eating
he's
lunch.
going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
So I see, sounds like a pretty good life.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
That's not a bad thing. Some things are very fun to imagine, but wouldn't be very fun if it actually happened, you know? Time to know skill issue, see you later. Yeah, go get 'em. Right, let's watch some TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Please press J to spend time with the boys. All with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Also, welcome back. What did you get yourself for dinner? First, speaking of, please press Y to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
Oh, I like the yellow line.
Was a game with a baby.
I don't think I've seen the game with the baby yet. Spoiler. Press O to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Then please press M to tell your wife you love her. Ah, yes. That's what I always do. I always just press an M and send that to Lily and V, and they never know what I'm on about, you know? First they couldn't have to get up in a couple of minutes.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Please press U to go to
And
sleep.
I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Please press out. We had to work in the morning. Well, the illusion of choice, eh? Clearly I cannot press the button. But given an infinite amount of time, that only ends if I do press the button. There's a 100% chance that I will press the button.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
DRB, please press H to question nothing. Oh, I love it when I press H and question absolutely nothing about my life.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
Please
tried again.
die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Oh. I think I died. Yeah, I think I died. We're up. This would not have happened if we had the bucket with us, I'm telling you.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Honestly, I think that this ending may be the, actually true ending. It would make the most sense that all of this is just in Sandy's imagination as he's trying to, make his boring life more interesting instead of actually doing anything about his life.
He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two?
And excuse
Could
me?
a man love a
We're
room?
falling in love with a
I mean,
room?
Truly, truly, deeply, madly, love.
With... But...
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I wonder how I can make it down there.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
I will
gotten off
try
on the
to
wrong
jump on
foot
the railing
here.
this time.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really?
There we go.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
what's that chance? What do you want to do? How will you prove it? Alright, let's see where this leads. Danger everywhere. This is just life, huh? When you get born, this is the sign you see. Danger everywhere. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. Going through the right door seems to, in general, lead to endings where Stanley questions his existence a bit more. Probably because we defy the voice in our head, so we're more defiant in these endings. So it seems like these are the ones where we're actually asking ourselves, like, what the fuck we're doing. Alright. So far, so good. Where are we going? Warning, do not stand on this side of fence. Bit hard to not do that. No buckets past this point. What? Damn, we gotta bring a bucket past this point on our next run. Clearly.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, we get another choice. Oh, and also there's the figurine, the very last one. Let's
And
go.
there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
We
Savor this
did
moment,
it.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
All the
This is doing
collectibles.
something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many
Exactly.
people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done
Listen.
is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So,
I agree.
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Damn, I don't know if I can live without hunting for figurines anymore. But I will try my best. Alright, so that's something that we have done. Alright, he told us to enter the the left door. Sure. I guess we'll check out the blue door another time.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
You know, I don't like this idea of just stopping as a
What do we
solution.
want? What are we looking for?
Sounds pretty definitive and final. What do we have?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Damn, the narrator's easier to satisfy than I expected, if this is enough to make him, like, really, really happy. And I'll be honest. Oh, alright, now we're talking. More colorful things. It's getting better. Oh, now we get green thingies. Wonder if anything will happen if I stay here, or if I have to continue. I also wonder how many different lights were programmed. I will just put in random color codes, so that every time it just chooses like a random color but does the same thing. I could see that. Oh, this hasn't happened before. Now we have two different color blobs at the same time. Wow. Anyone with a red-green weakness will not be happy here. Oh, the reds are moving different than the greens. It's all a code. It must be. It's telling me the secrets of Stanley Parable. If I can just decipher it. Surely. Oh, and the green is gone. Only red now. By the way, I checked the achievements last time after we finished the game. And there's seriously an achievement for not playing the game for several years. That's an interesting achievement, not gonna lie. Alright, is there anything else after the red? I mean, it's not just red, right? There's like red and pink. But it seems like nothing else is spawning. So maybe this is the end? Maybe something else will happen? Who knows? Maybe we will be left in dark emptiness, forever lost, without the light. Nope. Alright, I think it's just repeating now. Let's actually continue.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Nowhere?
Right. Where were we?
Getting all the dialogue lines. Where are we going? Where are we at all? That's a normal staircase ruin. This doesn't look like something straight out of the back rooms
Oh,
at
no.
all.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
This is literally a back rooms room. Can't tell me otherwise. Besides that you can hide under the stairs more. Da-di-da-di-da. Whoop.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
You're really attached to those random-ass lights, huh? That's very strange. Why are you so into random lights?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, if I die, the game resets, right? So surely this is the best idea. I wonder if there's a dialogue if I go all the way back down and go back to the lights. Will the narrator acknowledge that? Let's test it out.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Oh, he does acknowledge it. That's cool. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly go jump off a cliff.
No! What did we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
Damn, we're getting a lot of new dialogue. Anyway. Yay!
Oh, thank God you lived.
Damn,
You
this
had
game
me
has pretty
worried
low
there for
fall
a
damage.
moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Yeah, sure.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Yeah, you know, I don't really appreciate someone telling me what I need to be happy. And also, being happy by not moving at all doesn't seem like a good idea and outlook on life in general, you know? Happy move is to always keep moving. No, I
Stanley,
wouldn't.
Go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I wouldn't agree that moving down a cliff leads to happiness. But, you know, I would love to move somewhere else. But if this is our only choice,
No. No. What are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
that sind die consider sind die comfy. You know, you can rest at times, but afterwards you keep going.
Stanley,
God damn
let's go
it.
back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Alright, we go back one more time. Oh, what's this? Never noticed that. Why is there random ass children's drawing? That seems sus.
Yes. Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Let me do it for you.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
There's nothing in this place. This is not enough to make me happy. If this is all there is to life, then maybe
No,
something
perhaps
is the right out there. Disclaimer, Chaz, you know, there are suicide hotlines. If you feel like you're stuck in life, please give them a call. I am neither a professional,
My
not
God.
in any way
Is this
should I give
really
you
how
advice
much
in
you
this
dislike
matter.
my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
No,
You're
for
literally
me.
willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
You
Am I
bet.
reading the situation correctly?
Oh yes. Honestly, this is a pretty fun game. Usually you only get to throw yourself off a cliff once, but this game lets you do it 3 times. Why? Ouch.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Damn, that's getting pretty depressing. Just want to be with
Do you
us.
actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Mostly teasing you. Cindy W, let's go, Gab, let's go! He's getting the W's. He wants to be
I wanted
with
us
you.
to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Well, in that case, you should have put something into this room other than random lights on the horizon. How would you think that this would make a person happy for all of eternity? Just can keep you busy for like 5 minutes and then it gets annoying as fuck. If you want us to stay here forever, you should have put more effort into it, honestly. Not a simple W, it's 5W. Down, let's go! He win big. Just like Cindy's stream. I will have you know that my flashing lights are very entertaining. See it? Very entertaining. Look at the flashing lights and be entertained. Alright, let me look at which so I know if the toggle is properly toggled now. Nice, you have never flashed us once. Good. How would I? I'm naked at all times. There's nothing that I can take off. Wait.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Yay, I'm
going
dead.
back.
So if you think about it, I'm flashing you at all times, actually. Maybe you are so flashed as you are blind. You know, maybe the light was too much. Can take off your hair and show us your bald egghead. Ooh. Damn, is that how you talk to women? You just like walk up to them and ask for...
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Alright, I guess we're going off track on this one. What I wanted to say is this how you talk to women? You know, you just meet a woman and then you're like, can you take off your hair for me and show me your bald head? Is that what you do on your first date? Shaking my head, you really need to work on that hour. Gotta be more subtle about things, you know? Can't just ask people to show you their bald head. Got some pity on the dude because he made a really big mistake and first battle was mostly won for him. He said he was tired because too many battles. Like people are playing ranked while waiting. If they really are, they're probably going nuts. Yeah, in that case we've been playing for hours, so no wonder. And the second match I had the advantage already and topped it off using a mask after he had used 2 professors. That's just heartbreaking, man. Just ripping all of the cards from their hands. Alright, well, let's go to the memory lane one more time. Now remembering when Sandy found the collectibles. Oh, that's a beautiful memory. It is right up there with when Stanley beat Hollow Knight 100%, when Stanley is about to beat Celeste 100%, when Stanley beats Hades 100%. You know, when Stanley managed to get the bachelor's degree. So many great memories of Stanley and Stanley alone. Truly a walking success story. If I tell you I thought exactly that, I was just wondering if it would Listen. Ah yes, that time when Stanley beat Absolute Radiance. I remember it clearly. Oh, wait. Ooh, yes, exactly that. Surely. Don't worry, Hover. As soon as Silksong releases, I'm gonna play all of Silksong on stream, okay? And then you can see me beat up whatever Absolute Radiance equivalent they put in that game. Also, these stairs on you. So it's time to look at some collectibles, I guess.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then,
Ah,
we had
yes.
no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
True.
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I agree. I agree. 7 out of 6. Huh. That's not how it's supposed to work. Oh well. Let's see. So how long do you think you could survive without making horny comments about Hornet? You know what, that actually sounds like a fun challenge. Once we play Silksong on stream, we're gonna turn it into a challenge to see if I can not make any horny comments about Hornet. And we will see how long I can survive. Sounds fun. Let's see if I can make it through the fast stream. Shit. I mean, you know, it's in her name. How can you not make horny comments about Hornet? Not being horny for Hornet Tangent possible, exactly. It's pretty cool that the game recorded where I collected the figurines. It's replaying them in the exactly same order,
And
so
here
that's
was
a nice
second
touch.
Stan Loreen. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Those are the best ways. You know? Find yourself a partner that surprises you in the most mundane and unremarkable ways. Because those are the ways that you will encounter during everyday life. And being surprised in those will keep it fresh. I don't think that's how stairs usually work, but guess I'm not an expert on stairs.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Oh, that's really cool. It was the boss's bathroom.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You
That's
picked it
a
up,
lot.
and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
I can remember a lot of things where I don't remember my third time doing it, but sure. But obviously I would never forget collecting the Stanley figurines. That would be blasphemy. How
Let's
could I
see,
ever
what
forget
came
such a
next?
great achievement? I'll remember this one.
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't think that's how it went. Don't think that's how it went at all. Never been to any pink rooms. I will remember that. Hello, I'm flying. Also, what's this white line? Oh, lighting bug? Ah, lighting bug, let's go. Sound a lighting bug. Mama.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact,
Oh, yes,
because
oh,
this
yes.
one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh? Oh my god, let's go. How you found it by the narrator? What's that back there? It's mini stand number 5. High five. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. Let's go.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was
I
8
believe
minutes
it.
I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Ah yes, a lot of time. 8 minutes. I feel that. I'm very curious what oh, okay. I can't jump down. I was about to say, I'm very curious what happens if I jump off in the memory sequence, but I can't. bears an invisible wall. Also, it's very funny that they had to make one of these, this is the 5th one you found for every single possible location of the Stanley, so they can show the correct one at all times. I'm sure the other videos are just as glorious. I know that video almost looks like a boomer made it. Oh, you think so? I don't know, it looked very professional to me.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
That will make sense.
I can't truly say how the mind works. All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
Oh, I thought the same.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh. 12 out of 6. You know, my only regret is that the first number is no longer equaling the second number. As much as I like having more, the numbers not being equal just doesn't do it for me, you know? It doesn't feel right. I have to be old enough to my enemies. Oh. You are in the present. Let's go.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these
Oh my god,
figurines?
he unloaded the loading screen.
We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Can't believe he just unloaded my loading screen. Hey, my face when someone unloads my loading screen. Yeah, exactly. Unloads your loading screen. That sounds like a fun thread, don't you think? When someone annoys you and you just, like walking over to them and being like, you better be careful, otherwise I'm unloading your loading screen. And then they spend the rest of the day wondering what the fuck you were even threatening.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Oh, is that
Let's keep going.
so?
I want more.
I wonder if that may have been the last one you... God damn it, 14 out of 6. There's so many of them now. There to unload your loading screen redeem. But I wouldn't know what to do in that case. What do I do when someone redeems to unload my loading screen? I have to say though, I wonder if I could have walked through all of this without collecting any of the additional figurines. Maybe I could have just kept it at 6 out of 6, you know?
And here's where I
by
made
just
that
not picking
video.
up any
Don't
of
you
them.
remember the video we watched?
Let's go, we're getting the recap of the video we watched.
I love that video.
You know, I'm starting to feel like we're kind of getting stuck in the past, you know? Great moments are great and it's nice remembering them from time to time. But you can't get stuck remembering them, you gotta move on from time to time. Also, I still remember this pink room. Which one is missing? The one behind the boss's office is missing. Behind the boss's office there was also a Stanley figurine and that
Still
one
don't
didn't show
remember
up.
the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room though. A solid room.
Yeah, the pink room replaced the figurine behind the boss's office somehow. Well, it's during the initial ice we must switch the scene no matter what. You do realize that usually during the loading screen at the beginning of the stream, I am either on the toilet or getting myself some drinks, right? Like, I'm literally not here to look at the redeemed.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation.
It's the toilet cam. Oh, no. No. No thanks. Oh, there's nothing over here. Donk, Patsenty. Oh, yeah, I remember the clip, I remember. Why doesn't it work both ways? Because
This
only
was our
I
second
get
fig
to
leaf.
watch.
Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly
the
a
double
wonderful
bunk.
thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Why, you know, because people want to actually add new memories to their memories instead of just living in them. But I'm sure we'll get to that in a moment.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Right, and she said that to me in words. Oh. Oh damn, 18 out of 6. Cindy's debut date. Ayo? Coincidence? I think not. Next match is approaching and get ready to see you soon. Good luck! Collectibles.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Ah yes, things are always more fun and remembered better when you no longer actually need to do it. Because if you remember it, then it can't hurt you anymore. Also, I can't believe we never got any more jumps. I used them on up the first time and I never got more. Please give me some jumps.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
The illusion of choice once more.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Indeed.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Oh.
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Oh?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Damn, we only get one more on, Ted. Only one more. But very interesting. So the narrator invented Stanley to make decisions for him, because he doesn't want to think for himself anymore. Meanwhile, Stanley invented the narrator and this whole scenario to distract himself from his boring life. Now, which version is correct? Who knows?
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yeah? What do you mean this isn't the right office? I read something, so since the topic right now is good memories, it means there's something that I can post right now and wouldn't be out of context because it's a good memory, right? Of course, of course. The end is now the end is now the end is now the end is now the end. Well, hey Cynthia, I'll try to get your situation down tomorrow. Things have been rough for me. Don't worry about it. Thanks for dropping in to let me know. No PCs are on this time. I guess the end really is never the end. Well, so this seems like it's still part of the last run. Very interesting. Maybe this will not be our last run after all. Can't believe all of these people just let their PCs running. Save electricity, come on. There's also the choice of picking up the bucket in the middle of this.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So is this a new run? Or is this... I don't know, is this still part of the last ending or part of the new ending? I'm confused now, actually. I guess I'm gonna try to go for the blue door, which we were still trying to look at. And just see if something stops me? Oh. How do we get here again? Right, collecting figurines. And then the narrator was talking about the figurines, I guess. Alright. Other than the figurines, what else do we have opened? We went through the red door and got to the thing about Stanley just making all of this up. No, that was after following the thing. Okay, wait, let's quickly order our ending. So going into the vent got us the ending with the narrator being a tape. Going over the chasm got us the ending with our wife and Stanley just inventing everything. Going into the red door got us right. That was the ending where we got trapped into the happy room and had to jump off a staircase. So I guess we'd only leave the
This was
blue
not the correct
one.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
So let's have a look at the blue door this time.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At
What?
last, proof that he was human.
Okay, that's
But
a
eager
bit
to
weird.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yep, you won't do that.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley,
I also
think
still
perhaps
want
we've
to
gotten off on the wrong foot
Get
here.
down there
I'm not
somehow,
your enemy,
but I don't know
really,
how.
I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
Really? I was in the
Right,
middle of something. Do you have
so
zero consideration for
let's
others?
go to the blue
Are you
door.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through
Is
the
there
red
gonna be a
door.
collectible here this time again? No, this time it's just locked. Okay. Alright, let's take the blue door this time.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I don't want to.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Oh, the magic.
Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I found the blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think
totally.
I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Oh,
Work
skill
with
trees
me.
would be
You've given
cool.
me absolutely nothing so far.
I want a
Tell you
dash.
what, let
And
me
a
take
slide
stab in the
jump.
dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Damn. I wonder if this all leads to different endings or if my feedback doesn't matter at all. Now in this game, I feel like it probably doesn't matter at all. Yeah, I would say that the extra choice improved my experience. Let's give it like a 4 out of 5.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Hey, yo.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I would love to. But worldwide leaderboard, let's go. Doors opened, doors attempted, steps taken, endings achieved. 21% of players skip the intro sequence, only the worst 3% of players choose the blue door. 90, oh, no, I can't see it. This is you. You objectively ranked last place. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Why don't ask some for hints for him who error friendless empty? This is beautiful. 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. Damn, those your superior, a dead rat, is objectively ranked above you. Kofi gets ousted. Improve your Stanley Parable career. Damn, you can make a career out of this? Amazing. I have to say, this really improves it. I always wanted a worldwide leaderboard. How did they know? Let me quickly read the line that I missed before. Tutus, you. I love how it constantly just drags my time as well. But that's a great feature. Let's actually go into the store this time, I guess. Okay, we will just
Now,
lead to the
would
same
you say
place.
that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again,
honest answers, please.
Oh yes, that is a great motivation to keep walking through
Hey, I
doors.
nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind
Sure.
taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
You know what, show
Let me
me.
boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Alright, guys. Guess this is our life for the next 4 hours. So how was your day? This is a beautiful game. Also, maybe I should code something like this myself. I can see that this would become a bestseller on Steam immediately. How are you just doing, chat? Are they entertained yet? You enjoying the sound? That's what I call peak sound design. Little known fact, it is actually what it's like to have children. On that note, you should have more children, chat. You know, population's declining. Gotta fuck more. Some people think that the population is declining because people let their babies walk into the fire, but I disagree. Clearly all good parents should be able to play this game for 4 hours and keep the baby out of the fire. Noted. You know, I wonder if the developers put in the voice line if you actually play this for 4 hours. I feel like they would. I feel like Mercenary Parable has the kind of developer that would actually put a 4-hour timer in here. And would have like a single narrator voice line if you actually play it for 4 hours. I would like to find out. You know, I don't think that's good content for the next 4 hours. Also, I would probably have to take off my headphones, honestly. You think so? I don't know, you know? Maybe it is good content, you know? Well, it seems like a pretty normal game. Anyway, I'm just gonna... Whoopsies!
Bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because
Mostly to spite you, because I like babies.
I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain?
Yeah.
What do we have here?
What are we playing now?
Yes.
I'm going for some
This seems like it'll
Minesweeper,
work.
you know,
Let's give it a shot.
baby chess. Oh. He was just putting me at the beginning. Oh no.
Aha,
Oh my god.
fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our
This
motivation?
is from the same developer?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Is this game from the same developer? I forget what it's called. Was it just called Lookout? Firewatch, maybe? Something like that. Yeah, Firewatch. So is it from the same developer, or did they just go, well, eeny, miny, mule, fuck this game in particular, haha, we gotta copy that one. But I have to admit, damn, that is a pretty good game. Definitely much better than, you know, a certain baby walks into a fire game without pointing your hands at any one game, you know. Just saying, hypothetically, if there was such a game, then this game may be superior to it, you know? That's all I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. Oh, I like the smiley face posted. That's cute. Right? Just like Cinti. Thank you for the head pat. Don't tread on me. That's a great mat. Damn, what an amazing game. You know, I wish all games were this good. Oh, Valella's over there. Or the staircase, rather, it's not a nether. According to Steam, neither the developer nor publisher mess. I don't know what the relationship is between towns. That's pretty funny then. They did make a pretty good recreation of it.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. Woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Ah yes, can't have, gotta have right and wrong choices, can't just let people wander around. We need walls, we need big walls. You know, that's something that Germany understood a long time, just asked up there.
See, this is exactly
Rocket
what I had
League.
in mind. Just a nice big
Well,
box
those
for you
are
to
some
run
pretty
around
good
in. There isn't any
walls.
possibility
Oh my god,
that
they
you
even
could get
used the
lost
Rocket
here.
League
Now
logo.
This is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Hey Jay. I can't believe I actually used the Rocket League logo, so they must be involved
so
with
what
them
exactly
somehow.
do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We
How
shall
you
run
doing?
the bases
I'm
and do
doing
a touchdown
great.
together. Yes, I think surely we must.
Life is calm,
Okay, Stanley,
I'm
here's the
playing
ball.
game,
Have fun.
life is good. Yes, yes. I took an L, while I was bound to have an eventually gap. Don't worry about it. Just keep fighting.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Whoops.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I didn't mean to end up here. I wanted to play the game. I was just looking if there's anything. Guess I'm here now. Alright. I'm falling. Where am I? Is this like a beta version of Stanley Parable or something? But how are you doing, Jay? Think I forgot to ask back. Next is last turn better. Don't know if I'll enter on classification even if I win, but I'll try. Yeah, you always just try your best. What is its price? What a strange area. Oh, there's light. And there's monitors with something on them. Stanley really is tiny, I'm telling you. Thanks to top you are so lucky with Charles, I don't understand. Well, just hit the coin flips, you know, just hit. Just hit. Oh, what is this? Some kind of observation room? Doesn't seem like I can do anything here. Yeah. Someone turned the light off.
Found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
Poor narrator got left behind. Oh. Guess that's that. Alright, well, I'm out of ideas. So I guess now it's time to do some bucket stuff.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Alright. Let's take the bucket with us. And then we're gonna see where the bucket leads us. So far, the only bucket ending that we have taken was to turn off the mind control
Stanley
machine.
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Let's go. With the bucket by my
Stanley
side.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. Let's do the left door endings. With the bucket, of course.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his
Well, it
boss's
seems like the
office
collector's
was where he'd
meeting is
find
over.
answers.
No more collector. Can't go buy the broom
Stanley,
closet without
we
checking
must
in.
move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Did
But
they have no more
alas, No
stickers?
stickers.
Damn, I wanted more stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I saw. But first, executive bathroom. Alright, nothing interesting in the executive bathroom. I wonder if the elevator does something different if I have the bucket with me. Yeah, dum 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 dum. Da da dum 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 dum. All right, nope, nothing new. Pin to the boss first.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
Yes, the bucket
guiding
knows
him?
everything.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I agree. Alright, so this time let's turn the mind control machine on with the bucket. We know that if we turn it off with the bucket, then we're not allowed to leave, because the bucket cannot leave. But what would happen if we just turn it on with the bucket?
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Indeed,
The bucket
indeed.
is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Everything that not moon. Well, did the math before every next time I may be able to continue very but soon. Alright.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
In
door
that case,
that
I wish
read,
you extra good
Mind
nap.
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
We haven't tried the bottom of the pit ending with the bucket yet, so that's also something that we need to do.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Find yourself someone that loves you like Stanley loves
Was
his
the bucket
bucket.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Good
No!
questions,
He
good
screamed
questions.
into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is the most trustworthy at all times. For the bucket
But
would
here
never
was the
betray
proof.
me.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Except we won't.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped
not the
in
bucket.
horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Oh my
The
god.
bucket have betrayed him like this. Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh,
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
wait, what? Get Bucket to take chaos. Bucket betrayed you or did it? Well, I didn't expect to get another choice here. Oh, okay, so another choice, it's just what bird you want to see.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
Here's
It was
why I
a
prefer
facility for
jars.
monitoring and
Just
surveilling silly birds all over the world. the mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
Well,
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the
that doesn't
possible
sound too
paths
bad.
his life could have taken, this one was surely
If
the
the chance
best.
betray me to split him up,
Stanley
thought.
was happy.
By the way, was your search successful? Have you found what you needed? Markets are a bit too much volume. Pathetic.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right, so if we take the bucket with us, then the escape ending turns into we can't escape because the bucket must never leave the vicinity. If we take it with us to the re-enable ending, then we don't get the whole thing with the narrator blowing us up. Instead we just watch silly bird videos. How
The
beautiful.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
By the way, Cynthia, I hate you for only switching between two videos. I don't know how many there were in total. I seen you try and I hate you for that. What do you mean I pressed both the buttons? Huh? Are they just like left and right buttons? Since they both had like birds on them, I expected that they just keyed to their separate scenes. So I was like, ah, cool, I can switch scene either to this thing or to this thing. I didn't know that I can switch further. They didn't have arrows on them, they just had two birds on it, so I expected you just get to see the bird that's on it. If you press it. You know? We know that I'm sure, but in one thing I don't have enough bullets in. That's what you're approaching, you ain't gonna get ready, see you all soon. Good luck, good luck.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Like, oh, wow. It's raining. It's never been raining before. That's strange.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have
still no
remaining
remaining
stickers.
stickers.
If I did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Alright, so let's
upstairs
jump
to
into the
boss's
mind
office.
control machine pit this time.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
For some reason, it's constantly
Stanley may have
raining.
broken, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the
It hasn't
bucket
been
knew
raining
all
at any
along?
point before
Was
this, so
the
why is it
bucket
raining now?
guiding
I'm
him?
confused.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I did find some good ones. Very need to expand the tag. Ooh, yeah. I still wonder why it was raining. Maybe just like for the lulz? Oh.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Did here and through. Wait.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps.
After some time had
Hey-o.
gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette
Damn,
that
that's
was
nice.
useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Oh, paninis.
But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley
No.
became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Oh, and now our relationship is going downhill.
It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending.
Sam was inside the bucket,
This
damped
made
his
no
clothes
sense
on
at
like
all.
that.
The bucket
Sam
was
actually ended up
simply trying
filling
to
up
live
with
its life down
buckets.
here
Oh
as
no.
comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable.
I would
This
kill
isn't
for
an
a
ending.
panini right now and I'll stay
This
in
is
the
just a
bar.
hole in the ground.
No, I mean if someone drew books on a bucket then sure.
It wasn't. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Then it became an ending apparently. And yes, also bucket and I would for now might I was so bright. Oh, of course.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Obviously would make a good bucket. Why not? I can hold fluids.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Damn, I wanted to go to heaven with the bucket, but I guess that's not possible. Bucket only has one hole, you got multiple. But I can close mine unlike the bucket. Anyway, let's not discuss those.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I want to try turning on the light and then jumping into the pit, because I'm
no one was
wondering
here.
if life has
Stanley
light
needed
if
the
we get a
bucket's
different
warmth and
ending.
comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it
So
the
much
bucket
luck.
all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, let's go down again. So yeah, we're gonna go back into my control room and turn on the lights before we jump down and see if that's different.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Lights, please.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Right, and now we jump.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket,
I guess
which
it's the
safely
same.
cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit.
But at
and
least
so
this time we have
eventually
lights,
they
so this is
decided that
strictly
the best
better
thing to
ending,
do
right?
would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It
Yeah,
really
it's a
wasn't
strictly
so
better
bad
ending.
down
We
here,
got
but
lights
it
this
cold,
time.
Perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful.
Alright, let's start over. Just want to check if there's anything else here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket,
Stanley picked up the
speedrun
bucket
any
and
percent.
smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, speedrun strats. Gotta take the shortest
Still
way
no one was
possible.
here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
No! We
Perhaps
lost
his
3
boss's
seconds. The
office
speedrun
was
is
where he'd
over.
find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned.
Damn, how
to
often is he
discover not
gonna
an
make me
indication
put
of
in the
any human
code?
life. But Stanley guessed the correct
When
code
is he
by
gonna go
sheer
back
luck.
to just
Was
opening
the
it for
bucket
me?
knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, so now we have done everything in the mind control room. We said yes, we've said no, and we've jumped off. So the next thing to do is use the escape way. So yeah, let's do that.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Heal
read
up.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Don't think so. You could never
The door
kill the
behind them
bucket
was
after
not
all.
shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Nah, the bucket surely cannot be killed in this manner. The bucket is immortal. Bet they will never kill the
As the
bucket
machine
like this,
whirred into
right?
motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be
Damn,
sure,
that's
It
rude.
puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No, we can't stop
Farewell,
believing in the
Stanley.
bucket. No! Oh,
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket
Hello,
were
female
led
narrator.
helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to
no,
death.
not the bucket's life.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's
Indeed.
true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It
I
was
agree.
a glorious bucket to behold.
Absolutely. Oh yes, the bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Where you take what you learned here out with you into the world, will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you are in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Dan, 25 buckets. The photograph was 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. I'm very sure that's more than 25. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, this is approximately at least 200 to 300 buckets. Well, it's not 25, exactly 25. Well, I see. Very different opinions on the matter. Since it's exactly 25, it says it right there. Ah, the anatomy of a bucket. Bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. 25 to the power of 2 and to the power of 3. I love this bucket. It's like exhibit. The bucket literally just changes every ending that we take it into, and it's glorious. Honestly, not being able to leave the facility was the lamest ending so far. We got to see butts instead of being blown up. We get to see an entire exhibition about buckets instead of about the game, you know. Inferno bucket. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it, billion style, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains, no one can control a bucket. I wonder if the creator of this game, when deciding like what to do this joke with, just opened like a dictionary and just chose a random noun. And it landed on bucket. Like, I wonder how they arrived at bucket, of all things. A stress bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, native thinking, lack of reassurance. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies equals horse. Rest and relaxation, doing something enjoy rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. The stress bucket, presented without commentary. Damn, doesn't need commentary, it's already perfect. Like Cynthia are cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having taught humanity to be worthy of its treasure.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh, agreed. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there's yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. Way up. I didn't expect to be able to fly. Bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander.
All hail the bucket. All hail the bucket. The bucket wins. For the bucket is eternal. Mankind could never hope to approach the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket.
off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley
Indeed.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
Okay,
left.
so now we've done everything downstairs, so the next thing is to take the lift up and down the entire time.
Still
Last
no
time
one
we
was
became
here.
a best-selling
Stanley
author
needed
by
the
doing
bucket's
that,
warmth and comfort now
so I
more
can
than ever.
imagine that
Perhaps
with
his
the
boss's
buckets,
office
it will
was
only
where
get
he'd
even
find answers.
better.
Coming to a
Maybe we
staircase,
will
Stanley
now
and
just
the
be
bucket
elected,
walked upstairs to the boss's
president of the
office.
entire world or something. Since, we're famous and have a bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright. Down. Damn, I wish I were a bucket, so sind die geklappt Mietwatch, as timing wasn't. Well. But to facts remain that you are not a bucket. Isn't that correct? No matter how
Wait,
much you
Stanley said
whisper it.
to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I
I'm
was
sorry.
pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Oh, I would love to press the number 3 actually. What if I made myself into a bucket? I could be Bucket Hawado. Damn, it would be the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked
Exactly.
expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him?
I
Once
don't
Stanley
understand
had had
either.
enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
How can the bucket not appreciate the number 3 as I do? I know, right? And the fast switch isn't the hardest by making a law. Clearly. Actually, the fastest way would be to remove my plating in front and take it out, but we won't talk about that.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
I mean, very strange indeed.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel.
Yeah.
He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Damn. I'm starting to think that maybe the bucket isn't even alive. Maybe I said put in the number 4, just what I swear like a true virtuoso.
Here we go,
Here.
said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind, anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket
Damn, that's a
conveyed
lot of number
absolutely
3.
nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
The bucket is just as alive as the weighted companion cube, so much more alive than Stanley actually. Damn. Damn, I don't even need to put in a single 3 in order for the story to act like I did. The illusion of choice. Once more.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused
Can't
Stanley
believe
to
this is the
ruminate
ending
whole
where
way
we
down the elevator.
split from
He
the
knew that there
bucket
must
of
be
all
a way to get
ways.
through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Like, of all the endings where our relationship deteriorates, it's the goddamn elevator ending. Throw the bucket into the void. I could never.
"Ah," said Stanley. "I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart." He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to
It's a-
pressing the number 3 over and over. He would
Damn,
elaborate
why
fully
is
on
there
what
already
the
a
number
photo
3 meant
holding
to him
that kind of
and
press
why he felt
conference?
so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
I love how the endings are always basically the same, but explained in a completely different way if you have the bucket with
For
you.
months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Still can't believe I used the Minecraft door sound. Free. Oh, the same but bucket. Exactly.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Free again. Hello, I'm here
There
to
was
talk
no one
about the
here.
number 3. Oh,
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to
oh.
listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There
3.
would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley,
Can't believe we're breaking
having
up
for
all with
once
a
in his
number
life
3 on a
discovered the
keypad.
warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Damn. That was the most depressing bucket ending so far. Can't believe we got divorced because I pressed the number 3. Wait a moment, what's going on?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. Noted. Noted. We'll keep that in mind.
"Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Indeed, indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Okay,
and
so
entered
now
the
we
door
can
on his
still
left.
go down the staircase and do the insanity ending with the bucket. And I think when we're already
Still
done with
no one
the
was
last
here.
door, right?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Think so.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out.
Yep.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
Alright,
walked
so let's
upstairs
see
to
how
the
the
boss's
insanity ending
office.
changes with the bucket.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Surely
Because he
Stanley can't
believed
become
everyone
same
had
with the bucket
vanished.
by his side.
His boss would think he was
Exactly.
crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Stanley has to
maybe
bucket.
I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing.
I
at
love
all.
asking a bucket
That's
whether or not I'm
strange, Stanley
crazy.
thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
Oh,
Someone
no.
else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all
No.
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what
No, my
sorts of
bucket.
bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious. He exclaimed.
Damn, I just
Without
took away my
I've
bucket
gone
and now
truly
do the
mad.
ending as
Where
normal,
is it?
huh?
I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it. calling
And
to
turned
him.
out,
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
where are you, bucket?
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Oh,
None
no.
of them were his. None of them
Where's
were his
my
special
bucket?
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella
You know,
woke
I'm
up on
not
a
sure if
day
the
like
bucket
any
had
other.
all sanity.
She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
I love that she
But on
also
this
has a
particular
bucket, because
day,
of
her
course.
walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion.
I
and
would
it's
have
all just
pressed
a
the button if she
video
didn't
game.
have
It
one,
could all
true.
have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he
Damn.
didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she
That's what
backflipped
I
all
always
the
think
way
to
work.
myself. I always think to myself, heck yes, my life kicks ass and then backflip all the way to work. That's how I always do it. Of course.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If
What?
he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Huh? Excuse me, that hasn't happened before. Okay. Now I'm getting paranoid.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Did something move? Yeah, we're really just getting absolutely
Stanley clutched
paranoid.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I would figure it was a huge bucket. Okay, but I really like the inside the end with the bucket. It turns out we only went insane because we didn't have our bucket. And since we couldn't fire in time, we collapsed and died. Understandable. Good thing at least Marietta still had her bucket, you know. At least it was only a tragedy of one individual. Right, I think we have done everything on the left. I don't think there's any ending that we haven't done. We've done all the mind control stuff, we've walked down the stairs, we've taken the lift over and over again, we've jumped into the hull, we've taken the escape path, so I think it's time to go to the right with the bucket.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I took the W. Modesty part was, I guess, a very lucky and State Gyarados player. He is a master boy. He won one and I won two, but fucking Sid was such a close match, both that I won. Let's go. So you have a chance of advancing to the next day now, right? Really nice. Wait, isn't Cum Bucket when Neil Factor's restaurant in SpongeBob? Bonk.
And here
It's
it
Chum
was.
Bucket,
Had
not
the
Cum
bucket turned out
Bucket.
to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yes, exactly. Chum Bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Yeah, alright. Okay, so let's do the confusion
And
ending
so
with the
two of them
bucket.
detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Boop. Let's see where the bucket needs us on the confusion ending. Maybe the bucket knows how to follow the line TM properly.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What? Like, excuse me? No, but isn't he literally because I want to check how the video and check if my math was right. If it is, I'm already at the next stage, but they're longer than 70 minutes, so I go watch the scene and see how it goes. Till later. Alright, see ya. Good luck. I love how there's a Stanley Parable voice pack in Dota 2. Well, this seems like everything that I ever used to drive the narrator crazy. We got the lion TM, we got the broom closet, we got the baby that we threw into a fire, and we got the wife that wasn't real.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Can't believe all of my favorite characters staged intervention because I was taking the bucket everywhere, shaking my head. This thing, I once saw a video of presenting for several hours on this room. Because why? Simply because I'm going. Oh boy. Well, we're just going to the broom closet. Nothing? Alright. We care about you, Stanley. Ah, yes. The good old original content intervention, because I'm using too much bucket DLC content. Let's see where the Adventure Line takes us this time.
Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Raw assets map to da da da. I remember the music. Was great.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about.
Don't you remember
Yeah.
all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for
Oh,
the fans,
yeah.
Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
I will never give up the bucket. How dare you even ask that?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh my god.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, of course,
Can you
totally.
guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I would never.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for
I hope
after
there's
this.
Bucket Destroyer merchandise.
Okay, the Bucket
I actually
Destroyer
want
is
Bucket
getting
Destroyer
very upset
merchandise
You'll
now.
have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the
Just
fans
like
what they
with the
want.
Razor
Hurry
Companion
and
Cube. Exactly. And it exploded. That's cool. What the fuck is going on?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Damn, I guess we'll never see the Bucket Destroyer in action. Too bad, too bad. But I will never get rid of the bucket. Maybe we'll get rid of the bucket after I've explored all the other endings with it. Maybe throwing the bucket
All of
into
his
the Bucket
co-workers
Destroyer
were
is the
gone.
last thing that we'll
What
do
could
in
it
this
mean?
game.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Whoop.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Alright, so
Stanley had
what
felt the
endings do
bucket
we have on
calling
the
to him,
right? We
telling
have
him
the
that
event
the
that we need to go
employee lounge
into,
was simply
which
the
was
place
the
to be.
tape ending.
And here it was.
We have
Had
the red
bucket
and the
turned out to be
blue
correct?
door.
Was no.
Then we have
mind.
the
bucket was
ending
wrong.
with the wife.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I agree. We also still haven't figured out if there's any way to get down there. Like, this looks like an area that you may be able to get to. I want to know what's behind that loading dock. So maybe there's somewhere you can jump down without dying? Maybe somewhere from, like, over here? What if you jump on that thing? Would that still kill you? Maybe these? I'm not sure. Surely with the bucket by your side you will survive the fall. Good point. Worked on mind control facility after all. True.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket,
Yeah.
his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Oh, why, that's also a bucket ending that we
All of
needed
his
to get.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So good that we got
Stanley
it.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Indeed,
his chest.
indeed.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
I do
employee
feel like there's
lounge
some
was
player
simply
way
the
to get
place
down
be.
level. It looks too
And here it
fleshed
was.
out.
Had the bucket turned out to
I'm
be
so
correct,
curious,
was it?
Chad.
Never mind. The bucket was
So
wrong.
incredibly curious.
Stanley took the door on his
I
left
must know.
to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
No.
Go somewhere else. The
Go
cargo
somewhere
lift,
else.
yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yeah, go somewhere else. Bill? Some way to get down there. Doesn't look like there's any good way. But I want to get down there. What a depressing state of affairs. Oh, let's go into the vent. Oh, no recording this time. This is sus. Oh,
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
oh my god.
Sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Oh god. Buckets are too addicting,
Make
sis.
sense.
Make sure to never
There's
pick up a
no
bucket.
explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh my god, no!
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
No!
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who I'll be trying to get.
Capitalism.
What's that? Who's there?
Oh no. The bucket came for him. Who the fuck is Gamparata? Might have just turned it to the horror again. Sure. I'm just gonna pretend that never happened. Another happy day with my
All of his
bucket. What could
co-workers
go
were gone.
wrong?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Not. The
Not
bucket.
everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Oh, yes.
Stanley
Of
clutched
course.
the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
Always
had felt
has.
the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here
Okay,
it was,
so now we
that the
have
bucket
3
turned
more
out to be
endings with the
correct.
bucket, I
Was no,
think.
never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Maybe we can try
Stanley took the
shredding
door on his
it.
left to go back to the meeting room,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Can we somehow... Has to be something else. Surely.
Good.
If
said
only
the
we
bucket.
could move down.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley
Huh?
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was
Oh.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Right, well, if the bucket demands it, then it shall be done.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Sure.
Now
Oh, this
pick up
again.
the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Hey y'all, is the bucket coming on to me? Wants to take me back
This
home,
is the
Uwe?
sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The bucket sees that. Hey, Ori. It's just a bucket. I swear. Don't worry about it. Well, we're just friends, you know. It's just a bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Trust me to take me to walk with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Oh, just like Cynthia. Ah. Press L to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say
Just
something
like
to
you,
him, but I
Chad.
don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
You know, obsessing over this inanimate metal object. Proceed to go back to work.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
Hey, y'all.
It doesn't do anything else.
That sounds very sus, this description, you know? True, actually, and everything we might hear this inanimate object says, no, I had this well, of course. Don't listen to the loud man, press G fast to go back home. Alright, Bucket, if you say so.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press R to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Damn, I didn't know that buckets were this possessive. Ew. Very jealous, Bucket.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Indeed, indeed. You believe I'm real, don't you, Sandy? Press L to go back home. Sure.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Hello. The narrator starting to understand the beauty of the bucket. Press O to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
You cannot
Why do I
fight
feel
the
some need
bucket
to point out
forever.
the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
You cannot fight the bucket forever. Press Q to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no, what's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say, do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
The bucket is taking over. Soon I will hail the bucket. Don't you love it, Ted, when you come home after a hard day at work and the bucket has put down candles for you nice and romantically, leading you to the bedroom and is waiting for you on your bed completely naked. Now that's a great bucket. Truly, the only bucket.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No,
give me
it's
the bucket,
mine.
Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Damn. What a perfect bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone.
No
What
wonder
could it
everyone
mean?
wants it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
I didn't
a
reach
memo.
it sadly. After many people entered twice, so more high points people could enter, but some people with the same pass as me did enter from us. That what the final if I would enter was the percent of your points wins. Also, most of my points gave up after facing me, so they had low percentages. That's sad. You will get it next time. I would say it was still a pretty good run for your first tournament. You had a pretty good win rate.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched
yes,
the bucket
we love
tightly
the
to his
bucket.
chest. This was
And
not
so
the
does the
correct way to the
narrator.
meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I still
And
can't
here it
believe
was.
that
Had the bucket turned
the
out to be
Stanley
correct?
Parable
Was
2
there-
largely
Never mind.
its content about
Bucket was
carrying a
wrong.
bucket around with you.
Stanley took the door
I
on
guess
his
it really
left to go
fits this
back to the
game, but
meeting room.
still, it's so wacky.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to... Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do. Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
That was nice.
It
I
should
like
have
the first
alarmed
one I
him,
ever
of course,
entered in.
because
Maybe we'll
buckets
try
can't
next week or
talk.
tomorrow.
But
I'll take
Stanley
those small
chose
ones
not
that
to
don't
think
take the
about
whole
this
day.
obvious fact.
Yeah.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I has a bucket
No,
and
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
well, I want to go in
Step
here
in
with the
here for a moment.
bucket. No, I want to go in here with the bucket. I want to show the bucket the red and the blue door. Can't just prohibit buckets. That's discrimination. Happy with my result. 6 wins, 2 losses. Pretty good. I reached 90 out of 1,000 pairs, so I'm proud of this. Yeah, you should be. But, well, guess we're stepping into a darkness. At least the bucket is still with us. Is this a bucket?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Oh, Jamal. Can I get an audience joker? Can I ask someone from the audience, or can we call someone? I know, is this a bucket? Boo, definitely not a bucket. Okay, I will not trust you.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah. Phew. Thanks. Good thing I used the joker.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Oh, is it a bucket, Chad? Oh no, it could be a bucket. Could also not be a bucket. I'm gonna go with... Oh, it's definitely easier when you watch this stuff at home on television. But now that I'm actually here doing the show, and... I'm sweating a bit. It's making me a bit nervous to be here, watched by all these people, you know? But I do not think that this was a bucket.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay, good. Good.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Cool, okay. Okay, so we had two things that weren't a bucket. I wonder if this is a bucket. I think this one is a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay, good.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I mean, there is a hole on the roof and no other visible holes, so I suppose it is a bucket. Yeah, this is a bucket.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Damn, I was so sure there was a bucket.
Is this a bucket?
It has a hole on the roof, and I don't see any other holes on it. So, I suppose that it should be a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Alright, 3 out of 4. What's my prize? Oh, never mind, we
6.
continue.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless...
Oh no, we have
think?
created
Answer
a
me
logical
straight, Stanley.
paradox.
Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket
Everything you
is
was
threatening
a
to
bucket or
tear
not
our
a bucket.
relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
Uh,
But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
no!
Okay, here we go.
No! Can't do this to me.
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
Oh god,
Was
everything
everything a
was a bucket.
every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes,
Well, are
I
we?
actually feel much more at ease right now.
And for that
But
matter,
still,
didn't you
I'm
send me a
trying to get
bucket
some
before
clarity
seeking
on
out
that
blue
issue.
words?
But it doesn't change the
Exactly.
fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows
Alright,
what that
alright.
information might do to a person. All right.
Okay, I
here
know
we go.
everything is a bucket now. Very good. Now I'm here to stay. Welcome back. I think we are just about running out of endings, well.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
I
mean?
want to try
Stanley
answering the
decided to
bucket
go to the
quiz
meeting room. Perhaps he
correctly.
had simply missed a memo.
And after answering the bucket quiz correctly, I guess we can shred the bucket, and then I don't know what else to do.
Stanley cradled the bucket
I wonder if
in
we
a
found
gentle
everything.
embrace, protective, yet delicate, assertive, yet compassionate.
So, Cindy, why don't you come over in your... Oh, well, until it's time to call Cindy
Stanley clutched
Stinky.
the bucket
Moo.
tightly to his chest and
Which means
emptied the
first I have
door
to
on his
throw you
mouth.
down into a well, of course, clearly. And I have pizza. Damn, the day just gets
This
better,
was
huh?
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
By the way,
No,
Said the bucket.
yes, thank you.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him,
Then
of
I
course,
gain bonus
because
for
buckets
wanting to
can't
force
talk.
Cindy into
But
well.
Stanley
You know,
chose
it's
not
for
to
the
think about this
pants.
obvious fact. He was
No.
firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Alright, let's do the bucket quiz correctly this time.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this
Okay,
point.
so what was it?
Stanley,
It was
how
not
could
a
you think it
bucket,
was
not a
okay to
bucket,
bring the
bucket,
here? Unless,
buckets.
what if the problem
No,
is that
not
you
a
actually
bucket,
don't know
bucket.
what is a bucket and
So
what isn't a
false,
bucket?
false, true,
I suppose
false,
that would
true,
explain a
and
lot about
then
your
there was a
behavior up to this
maybe.
point, which, if that's true, well, my goodness.
And then it
I
was
think we have to
true,
do
and
something
whatever
about it.
else happens after
This
that.
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please.
Truth for the
step
best,
in
you
here
read
for a
too
moment.
well after that, we can't. Where was a nice pun? True.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios.
Is this
and you'll
a
tell me whether or
bucket?
not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Headpad, thank you.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes, this one is a bucket.
Correct. This
Amazing.
is a bucket.
I'm so good at recognizing buckets.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest,
A freaking
I just
painted
sort of put
bucket
this one
is
in
still a
here
bucket.
as a gimme. I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
But what if it isn't? Because it's just a
Is this a
recreation of
bucket?
bucket, not a bucket, you know? Yes, there's a bucket.
Correct. This is a bucket.
I love how he doesn't elaborate on this one at all.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Well, I can't answer both. Bull. Bull, why say?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Right, well, I answered all of them correctly, but
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing
I'm not
here.
sure if I actually
Of course
changed
it
the
isn't a
ending.
bucket.
Probably not.
We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like
yeah,
I'm
it just
saying
goes
everything
through the
is a
same
bucket,
thing
which of
again,
course
where we
is
just
not true.
delete all the
Unless-
buckets in the
is that what
word.
you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No?
You know what? I'm too confused
No.
to even sort it out. I've lost all...
Okay, yeah, it's off the same. Alright. Then I guess the only thing left to do is to say goodbye to the bucket.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would
We
be.
must
Stanley
throw it
just
into the
needed to
bucket
get to the
destroyer.
meeting room, and from Stanley's bucket, the only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley
And after
touched
that,
the
I don't
bucket
know what
tightly
else to
his
do.
chest. This was not
If
the
anyone in
correct way to
chat
the
has
meeting
another
room, but
suggestion
Stanley
for
had
a
felt
route
the
that we
bucket
could do, let
calling
me
to
know.
him, telling him that the
But
employee
I
lounge
do
was
believe that
simply
I've been
the
quite
place to
thorough.
be. And here it
So
was.
if you
Had
know
the
about
bucket
anything else
turned
what
out
I
to be
can do,
correct?
then
Was this-
let me know.
Never mind.
I'm gonna do it.
The bucket was
Otherwise,
wrong.
I guess
Stanley
this
took
is
the
the
door on his
end.
left
This is
to
the
go
end.
back
This
to
is
the
the
meeting
end.
room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Down we go.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Take care of the baby for several hours.
You see,
Hey,
your
I'm not
friends and
gonna
I
play
are
the baby
concerned
game
for
for
you,
4
Stanley.
hours.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying
Without
around
cheating, of
everywhere.
course. Of
The
course.
bucket isn't even from the original
Uh-huh.
Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Uh-huh.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because
That
that's
seems buggy.
what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
I wonder whose
Yes,
baby
I
this
know
stray
I'm the
pack
one
is
who gave you
from.
the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off
What
to
a
next?
wacky
Oh,
line.
and it played some
Let's
silly
go.
music as well.
Dum, da-dum, 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 da-dum.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original
Well,
dialogue?
just why I thought it was somewhere around 6 hours. She can't take care of the baby for 4 hours.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's
You know,
do it for the
usually I don't
fans,
have an
Stanley.
open fire
Let's
in
give
my
them
house
more
for 4
content
hours if a
exactly
baby
like
tries to
this.
crawl into at all
But if we
times.
want to do that, you're going to
Usually.
have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm
Right.
very proud to introduce a brand
It is
new
time.
character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich
Insert
lore of the
bucket
Stanley
to
Parable.
destroy.
True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that
The
to
funny
me,
thing
it
is I
already
probably won't even
feels
be
as though
able
it's
to
been
throw the
part of
bucket
the
in. Then
cast
we're
all
just gonna
along.
stay in
Don't
front
you
of it,
agree?
unable to do anything until it explodes.
Can
But you know,
guess
we need
what
to
the
try.
Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
But I once
Go
watched a
ahead
video
now,
of a
Stanley.
YouTuber doing
Say
this for
goodbye to the
hours, no
bucket,
cuts, was the
and
only
then
thing
pop
I
it
knew
into the
this
machine
game.
when you're ready.
How did you survive watching this for 4 hours? Did you mute with sound?
Now
You
listen to
must
me.
have, right?
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you
Damn,
see,
I can't
if you
throw
were
it
to
in.
really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game
No,
can you even
I
say
can't
that
get rid
about?
of the
broom
bucket. The
closet?
bucket is
Certainly
in
not. I
what?
wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
I'm
can't get back to the
trying.
classic Stanley Parable
I'm
characters like the
trying.
Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that
It's
damn
not
bucket.
letting me.
Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Well, rip bucket destroyer again. I don't know if I made this cutscene for it.
The bucket destroyer.
Uh,
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
I guess we have officially
moment
done
in time
every
that you
ending.
were here,
I'm sure there's no
you
singular
were
ending that we missed at all in the entire game. You know? Actually, we still have a bunch of time, so let me see if there's a Steam guide that tells me if I missed any, like, major endings. We don't need to do, like, every variation of an ending, but I want to see if there's, like, a major one that I missed. Oh, I also got an achievement called Welcome Back. Quit the game and then start it again. Beautiful achievement, also off. Let's see. Overall. Every thought. Oh, all endings flowchart. Odd. Oh god, that's a big flowchart. Okay. Alright. I watch everything entirely. I really want to know what would happen. Do you know that way there's one dog that shows up and you need to press the button for saving Bob? I mean, I just saw a freak so you can't just turn the mouse and click both buttons. But if they're both very annoying, the dog doesn't escape. Oh god. Okay, Stanley Parable Ultra Index Index, okay. So, finish collecting all the fig leaves. Cast with nostalgic ending. Yep, we got that. Oh god. It's kinda hard to read. Epilogue start. Then... What do you mean epilogue start? Don't even know what that is. Tell... Ugh. Okay, there's actually a bunch of stuff that he hasn't done. Oh boy. Okay, so let's begin with just closing the door.
Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing
I'd
will
never
break
thought
me.
of just closing the
And here I
door.
can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to.
I
He
know
will be
it's a good
told
experience
what to
indeed.
do. Now it's just a little bit
Once the fall is
closer.
over, you are so glad to your
Now
sides
it's
again.
even
Most of all, you
closer.
want to for those is the
Here it
hint of
comes.
Clearly. Right, so that was a cool ending, I guess. And okay, we got the heaven ending. Escape through the window. Hello? Excuse me? What window?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I didn't realize that I could get on top
I'm
of the
over it now.
tables
What do
there.
you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Oh my god, we get a choice.
Ah,
No.
then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come
Yes,
back
definitely.
here just to do the other option?
That's what I will do in a
Clearly, this
moment.
whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration?
Of course,
and
I didn't
this is
realize he
which,
could get on
perhaps
top.
you've just
Yeah,
played the
of
other
course.
option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though
Thank
if
you
the
for
other
that,
option
Bert.
is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Going to take a
Well,
bath
now,
till later.
I've
Alright,
built
see
up
ya.
the other options so much that I'm going to stop
Well, depending on
talking
how long your
and
bath
leave you
takes,
to
I may
your
not
decision
be
whether to come
streaming
back here,
anymore.
continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. What now? I can't click them. Do I have to restart manually? Oh. Now that's awkward. Alright. Guess we're gonna glitch
Already
out
this was
again.
uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Alright, here we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, Until he
By the
heard
way,
this
apparently there's
narration
also a
and realized it was
bucket-specific
part
ending
of the
for
game's
this
design
one.
all along. He then praised the
Oh.
game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure
Wow.
and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a
Bucket.
fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points, and
There's
so
gonna be
many,
just
many
as
more,
long.
all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Don't challenge me. No, the has is just as
There
long. Ayo,
once
that's
was
pretty
a
long.
man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the
Honestly,
truth
there's a
must be
W.
told, he was not very old and was
I'm so
quite
happy that I'm here.
particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if
Ayo,
you are not strong
listen to those
and
rhymes.
keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
Oh. Damn, that was beautiful. I'm so happy I made my way here. I wonder what's gonna happen if I have the bucket with me. It's gonna be amazing. Right, I guess that's everything. Alright, let's grab the
Stanley
bucket.
had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
And then we're gonna take the bucket on a little adventure with us. Just take me for real.
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The
Oh?
bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed,
Oh, God.
desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of
Oh,
innocent
God.
humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man,
Oh
to
man,
manifest
that's...
justice where none
Didn't
existed,
expect to hear all
and
of
the
this.
bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
Oh no.
Said the bucket.
Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first
Oh my
ensnared me
God.
in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured
The
vaults.
bucket
I
law.
was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
The bucket
As Stanley
lord,
screamed and
deep
screamed and
remains.
screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh. Oh.
My God,
Oh
Stanley,
no.
you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true
What
power.
is going
Otherwise,
on?
we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
No. Not the bucket, it didn't deserve this. Alright, what else do we have? New content door, yes. Can we even still go into the new content door? I'm not sure we can. Apparently we... Well, but we can bring a bucket to the new content door, apparently. Huh. Interesting. There's a special circle, entered event, skipped event. I don't remember the event. But apparently then just leads back anyway. Press the skip button, see the new content, skip the new content. Okay, so these are just ways to get back on track. As we get to the expo. And we can go down the hole, which we did, the hole ending. Scan the merge, send QR code. Oh no, we missed the merge. But we did let the narrator make something new. Okay. Yeah, so we missed the bucket-specific ending of the new content door and the scan merge send QR code, but I don't think we can do those anymore. I came back to say you ain't ending stream so soon. Did you see what Chaos sent on Discord? Buy it. Let me see. Oh my god. Wait, seriously? As a demo? No. You know, maybe we're going for a long stream today, you know? Maybe we're gonna, maybe we're gonna keep streaming for a while. Maybe I'm gonna start downloading this demo in the background while we speak. Yeah. No, maybe we'll just continue doing some endings while the demo downloads, you know? Is it? Okay, we did the Blue Office whiteboard ending. So we did all of these. What other endings do we have? Branches from the door on the right. Get back on track. Take the left. Confusing. Bucket specific ending. We did that. Don't take the left. Just let's back. Wait, there's really a demo. I just opened verse none, so I thought I was sure. Wait, is it? Wait, now I have to knock. Am I being trolled? Maybe I'm being trolled. Would appear that I'm being trolled. God damn it. No. Got my hopes up and everything. Maybe it's just in certain countries? Bella. Wasn't this getting short headpads? Thank you. Oh. Well, back to the Stanley Parable endings, anyway. Okay, right door. Go further off track, enter the vent, or take the cargo lift. Yes, we got for taping the bucket specific ending. Take the cargo lift. Jump off the lift. The reckless ending and bucket specific ending. Yep, we jump down. Land on the catwalk. Enter the red door. Galaxy ending. Yes. Bill door. Actually beat the narrator's game. Use the narrator's game. Source mode ending. Oh god. There's an actual ending for beating the narrator's game. Guys, I'm not gonna play it for 4 hours. Listen, okay? I'm not gonna play the narrator's game for 4 hours to get this ending. You can forget that. I'm not doing it. Player said I thought you were able to online, but true, I have no idea if it's for real or was just throwing. They couldn't lose the chance. At that, now I'm going for real. Alright, see ya. Realize you for a bucket specific ending. Yeah, we did that. Go all the way, answer the... Oh! We can unplug the phone. That's what we haven't done yet. Okay. And also we can back off immediately, apparently. Not gonna play for 4 hours? Skittish. Alright, so let's do some more right door endings. There are still things that I haven't done, apparently.
And constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Fuck, I
and
give
Stanley
up.
knew it perfectly well.
The skill
Perhaps he
issue
wanted to
was
stop
never
by the employee
redeemed
lounge first, just
due
admire
to skin issues.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business,
Damn, it was
Stanley
only
took
okay.
the first open door on
How
his left.
sad. Right, so one of the endings that
Stanley
we
was so
haven't
bad
done
at
yet
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
is just step on the list. Then just immediately
Oh,
go
well, look
away.
who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Sure.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
You know, that doesn't seem straight. But oh well. What do I know?
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Oh, alright, so now we can do the same thing with the bucket.
Just a light breeze of bumpscosity in here at the moment. Not bad. I personally
Ayo,
enjoy a bit
bumpscosity?
more bumpscosity, but at this amount it's absolutely reasonable.
Damn, bumpscosity mentioned.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge
I wonder
was
what
simply
he's
the
gonna
place
say
to
if I
be.
back off of the bucket.
And
Surely
here
he's
it
gonna be
was.
nicer
Had the
to me
bucket
this
turned out
time,
to be
right?
correct?
And not tell me
Well,
to jump into
never
my
mind.
early demise.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on
Surely?
his left to go back to the meeting room.
Surely.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back. But that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true.
I mean, it
You
worked
can
once
fall on a
before.
bucket from literally any height and survive.
I mean, it worked
I'm
last time.
serious, Stanley. Jump. Jump with the bucket. I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that you can land on the bucket and not die.
I mean, if he extra double promises.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Can't believe it, he even extra double promised it. Shaking my head.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, so now we can go
When
back
Stanley
to the
came to a set of
phone,
two
but
open doors, this was
unplug
not
it.
the correct way to the meeting room.
I saw
and Stanley
the
knew it
plug in the
perfectly
wall,
well.
but I didn't realize
Perhaps
that I
he wanted
could
to
pull
stop by
it.
the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was a good decision to look up
It was
the
okay.
endings tree. We would have missed several
But
interesting
eager to
endings.
get back to business, Stanley
Just because
took the
these are
first
things that I
open
would
door
have
on
never
his
thought
left.
of doing.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright, here we go.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
But it does
investing
seem
your
like I
trust
actually
in
can't
someone
get
else
down
can
there,
be
which is
difficult,
sad.
but
I
the
really would
fact
have loved
is that the
to
story has been about
try to go
nothing
for
but
that door
you
down there.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley.
Unplug
You
it.
Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
The hell?
But that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes
That's
in.
not what
fade to
happened.
white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action.
That's not
How
what
is that
happened
even
at all when I
possible?
picked up the
None of
phone.
these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're
Oh?
not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh my god.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is
We
why
are
you've
real,
been able to
Chad.
make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run
We are
around in this
real.
game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making.
His wife and
Or
his
did you not
career
grasp
person.
the severity of the situation?
She's
Well,
just
I
part
won't
of
have
our
that kind of risk on
imagination.
my watch.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I'll
Please
go.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Alright.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
I agree.
But
Yes.
if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For
I would also
example,
agree with that.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself
Your
speaking with a
face.
person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow
Oh,
the
no.
person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I am supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Oh my goodness, isn't
Excellent. Making
I can't
choices on a
practice,
regular
that's too
basis
fast.
is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make
I love
more than
making 8 choices a
Less?
day.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Damn, we really might have missed a really
Welcome
cool
back.
ending.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
We would have missed such a cool ending. I'm so happy that we looked it up. Collective hallucination. Of course, of course. Where are we going?
Now
Well,
that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine
Damn,
the main
that's sad.
character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story
Yeah, that
would
would-
make no sense at all.
that would
We
be
just need to get
tragic.
you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I don't know. I know what feeling. Oh, I can't jump off the boxes anymore. They really won't let me kill myself. That's too bad. Where are we going? Are we really going all the way back to the doors? It's gonna time to go for a
Almost
left
there.
door, huh?
You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Damn.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, Cynthia, have you ever thought about what you would do if you were real? Oh, many times, many times. I would go through all the right doors.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh my god, those are some funny distortions. That looks really, really space. I like these designs. Alright, well, guess we're going through a left door. Yeah, look how normal everything looks.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if
This
there
looks
were a way to
amazing.
continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do
You
I...
should make a choice.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Don't close my game. Oh my god. No. Oh. I'll go with what's happening. Where are we?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever.
I
Now
am
look where we
clever.
are. My entire game is destroyed. It was
No,
the only
just-
thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it
Just
into the
looks a bit
ground.
different.
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
I wonder
That
if I go
thought
into a
hadn't
red
even
door
occurred to you, had
directly.
it? That there's a world outside of you. You're a
If it will
child.
change anything.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make
Oh,
his behave
And,
exactly as Stanley would. That
Oh.
means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my
oh,
lead
I
and you'll
guess.
be fine.
I guess it just
All right.
resets me every time.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, I see. So he's just gonna reset me here every time I choose the right door first. But we have to try one more time, right?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Oh,
behave exactly as Stanley would.
okay.
That means choosing responsibly.
The game is making
and
it
always
abundantly
putting the
clear
story
that that
first.
does not
I'm
change
quite sure you'll be
anything.
up to the task. Just follow my lead.
He
and
tried
you'll be
so hard
fine.
and cooked
All
so
right.
far. Yep.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Try again. You don't have to ask me twice. Go. Hannah? Damn, no comment? I think I'm broken. Oh,
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
oh, good.
Behave
Okay.
exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to
För him
the
mot
task.
för
Just follow
triggern.
my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to
Right,
a set of
considering
2
that something
open doors,
changed, now we have
he
to go in
entered
there
the door
again
on
and
his
see if something
left.
else changes, right?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, no. This time it was just the same.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing
Alright,
responsibly
guess we're
and
going
always
to the
putting
left.
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright. Sure. Ah, look, the meeting
Yet
room
there
looks
was not a single
normal.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
He doesn't even let me. I was so ready to walk downstairs, but he didn't even let me. Damn. And I also am not even allowed to go to the executive bathroom. What if I need to pee, huh? Oh. Why, this looks different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked,
Did you
unraveled, Stanley wondered in
shit
disbelief
yourself?
who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Well,
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
yeah, I don't think this one will work.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect
I
Stanley
would,
shows
but
for
I
his
can't.
choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have
I
done whatever the
did.
hell you wanted over there. Why did
I
you come
tried.
this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Oh. Rep.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh my god, if I get to see Stanley.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
Vi är
Walk through the door.
Are you listening to me?
Vi ser bara så det läggs.
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
Oh, ja, it's beautiful.
It needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do
Indecision.
something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you
Voice
there? Are you
trance.
listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time
Oh.
to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the
She
best
sounds
choice.
so devastated.
That's all right.
Sorry,
It's
Leroy.
time for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
He sounds so devastated. No. That's so sad. Wait, this isn't how this is supposed to go.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
That's
Stanley
true, I
clutched
guess.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to
Right,
the
so
meeting room.
surely the
But
bucket
Stanley
will
had
make this
felt the
ending
bucket
much
calling to
happier,
him,
right?
telling him that the
There's no way
employee
the
lounge
narrator
was
can
simply
be
the
this
place to be.
devastated and sad with the
And
bucket
here it
around.
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind.
It's simply
The bucket was
impossible.
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
Said the bucket.
There's
Don't
no
go to the meeting
sadness where the
room. Go
bucket
somewhere
goes.
else. The cargo lift, yes.
Unless we break
Good,
up with the
said
bucket, then there's a lot
now
of
ride the
sadness.
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he
I mean, yeah,
unthinkingly
Wes could
did
have
whatever the
been
bucket
speaking to
asked.
me, right? It must have been the bucket.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley
What?
once
You don't
again
need to tell me
obeyed blindly.
twice.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
No.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking
This joke
bucket.
ends in me getting in bed with the
Can't you see?
bucket.
Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. wish
I
were
agree with
better
that one,
at it, but there
actually.
isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy
Well,
that one
let's
can
go,
watch to
instruction
follow.
video
Oh,
on
yes,
comedy?
there is. It's
Said
sitting
with
right
Funny
here.
learning how
Let's
to
take
be
a look.
funny. I pay attention.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
I didn't
And more
expect this kind of
importantly,
video.
Can it be
Oh,
taught in its
comedic
entirety
timing.
within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is
Why are we
yes.
using it for military
Let's dive
purposes?
deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood,
Yeah,
you
no,
did it
that
while
never happened
standing
to me,
50
actually.
to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your
Oh.
arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
I
To
see.
begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for
Oh.
bathroom breaks when
Did you
necessary.
hear that one?
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Damn, I didn't know we were getting into the Helldivers fandom today.
Goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Of course. I will refrain from commenting on this. Instead, I will hand out. Good choice. Good choice. Alright. Let's hear the joke again, you know? Now that we have
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery.
Now
You'll be
that
in
we
stitches,
have been
but
informed
talking
about how the
bucket,
joke
you'll say, how
works, you know?
ridiculous, how absurd, what a hilarious
we can properly
concept.
laugh
The
at the
king of
appropriate
comedy.
times
That's what
and
you'll call me.
join in the
Thank
joke.
goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
He's not
Well, that wouldn't be
laughing,
the king of
that's for
comedy,
sure.
That's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I swear if the narrator doesn't say I'm Dunny with the funny, then I'm quitting. We cannot make a proper joke without ending with I'm Dunny with the funny. It would be simply preposterous.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint.
Damn, I
Are you
didn't know
proud
there
of
was a
yourself for
meeting
bringing
of
me
joke
down, Stanley? Are
writers.
you proud?
I
Here
also,
we
as a
go.
matter of fact,
You
I
ready?
am proud.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Alright.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back.
Did.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors...
One more time for
they
good
entered
measure,
the door
right?
on the left.
We gotta do it one more time for good measure.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back.
Okay, there's nothing else.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I look forward to the synopsis of the joke. Then retelling it with bathroom breaks, and the Dunny with the funny at the end. Why is it so...
What? We're back at the phone already?
That was quick.
What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. Now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
Yeah, clearly
I made
your
a fool of
fault,
myself.
I guess.
I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling.
I thought the entire point
I
of the
think-
King of Comedy would be to make a joke of
I
yourself.
think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Surely
Let's
that will
go,
help
we
me
get to watch it
improve my-
one more time. Huh? Why not?
You love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery?
He's constantly forgetting the
Pale
I'm
with
Danny
shame.
with the funny. How would we know when to laugh?
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No.
Okay, Rowan was pretty
Getting away
good.
from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly.
Ah, more
That's
instructional
what we need,
videos.
the King of
I'm sure
Comedy.
they will teach you how to be funny.
More instructional videos. Let's see.
It's the best way to learn how to be funny, to watch videos about it. I said no, I did that. And everyone is always laughing at my jokes. Alright, do we have any other endings? We did the door on the right, we did the confusion ending and the bucket ending. We entered the vent, tape ending and bucket tape ending, took the cargo on lift, jumped off, died with the bucket, landed on the catwalk, entered the red door, entered the blue door. I'm not gonna play the narrator's game until I win. And we got the bucket specific ending. We read all the way, answered the phone, with the bucket, unplugged the phone, with the bucket, backed off immediately, with the bucket. Okay, so the right door endings are all done now. Yes, we're laughing at the joke. Yeah, of course. Clearly, what else would you be laughing at? Okay, anything in the left door that we missed? Going to the broom closet ending and bucket specific ending. Yep, we got that. We went downstairs with the dream and the bucket ending. Yep. Thank you for the head out. Went upstairs. We took the other lift for the elevator music ending. Yep. We took the lift. Call back up multiple times. Yep. Presentation ending and bucket ending. Go for the escape museum ending, bucket ending. Yep. Go into the mic control facility, turn it off. Training and bucket ending, turn it on. Countdown ending, bucket ending. Fall down into the hole, bad music ending and bucket ending. Okay. So we did one of those, but apparently we can also just leave. Oh, we can apparently also just leave the boss's
Stanley
office
knew the
again.
office layout like the back of his hand. It was only
We've
a
never
matter
tried
of time
that.
before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Wrong subtitle detected. He said
When
just a
Stanley
matter
came
of
to a
time, but
set
is that
two
only a
open
matter of
doors,
time?
He entered the door on his
How
left.
could they put this in the game? 0 out of 10, wrong subtitles, would never play this game again. Shit.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Going upstairs. Going into the office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could
Okay,
it
so how do I
mean?
leave this
Stanley
place?
wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Yes, I will need to enter the code.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 28.
I would like to be bright, but also in speed, I mean, what?
Random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to
of
input
course,
the
of
correct
course.
code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
It's still closed. What? How do I get out of the office again? Can I just like walk back out? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't say that I need to take the lift first, does it? No. Let's try that again. I think I need to leave earlier. Oh. We got a blue office again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Do what?
could it
What
mean?
ending?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We have achieved dark mode. Bow, bow, bow.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
You're
Coming to
such
a
a good
staircase,
boy.
Stanley
You're the
walked upstairs
bestest
to his
boy.
boss's
Yes,
office.
such a good boy. Ruff, ruff.
The moment
Huh. Huh. Got it. Just gonna leave. Can't believe this works. What happens if I go down here now? Oh, it's just closed. Okay. Outplayed the narrator, exactly. Just so I could go into the broom closet. Damn. Nothing in there. It's silent. We have escaped. The narrator. Everything's normal. Oh, hello, new content. It's so peaceful. Huh. You are not leaving? Yes, yes I am. Escape pod bay? What? Why does our office have an escape pod bay? Is this a fucking space building? Also, I'm still a dog. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Bow bow. Bow bow bow. Bow 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 bow. I'm not used to this much silence in this game. What do I do? No one's telling me where to go. Thank you for the headpad. That's a lot of stairs. How deep underground are we? 759. It's a good car. Bell. Oh, okay. Still continues? Yeah. Escape pod launch bay. Alright. We're escaping. Oh, there it is. Freedom. Hello? Oh. Then, okay, so we literally just escaped and that's the end of it. We left the narrator behind. Alright, now let's do it with the
Stanley
bucket.
thought to himself, this. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So we get to escape with our best friend. That sounds great.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright.
Stepping in...
Haha. Got it. Freedom for me and the bucket. Me and my bucket are going home. There's nothing that can stop us anymore. We are so free, oh so free. No one has ever been so free. I wonder why the new content sign is here every time. Haha, just me and my bucket on our way to the escape pod. Is it just the same ending but with a bucket? There has to be something different about it, right? Surely we haven't just brought the bucket along to the escape pod. All the endings have been substantially different with the bucket so far. Alright, one more. And here we are. I guess it is just me and the bucket escaping. Well? Wait, this time we're going in animation? How? We're saving the bucket? You must go on without me, bucket. Don't cry, you're too beautiful to cry. I know you can make it. This escape pod can only save one of us. I would never forgive me if I took it. You must go on. Remember me. As long as I live on in your memory, this will have been for something. I will see you again in another life. Okay. I see. And I think that's everything. Let me double check. We weren't missing too much. Yeah, the only thing that's... yeah. There's one more thing to do, and what would that be? Play with 6 on demo that definitely exists? Honestly, I'm impressed that we only missed so few endings. Like, we did basically everything. The only things that we didn't do was the back out ending, but I never thought about just backing out of the office before the door closed. And the unplugged the phone ending, which is also pretty me-ish. The back off from the lift ending, so that's 3. Of course, all with their respective bucket endings as well. Then the escape through the window and the stay in the office. So we missed a total of 4 endings? 5 endings. Back out of the lift, unplug phone, escape through window, and close office door, yes. Honestly, missing 5 endings, not too bad. And yeah, I think we have probably caught up on all of them. Including all the bucket endings, of course. Those were the most important ones, clearly. No, Cindy, just saying that only takes 4 minutes. I will not play the narrator's 4-hour-long game. Absolutely not. Alright, I'm just gonna double check one last time that the 6 on demo was a prank for safety. Silent Way is no demo, you can check it on Steam. No, there must be a demo. There must be. Yeah. Right. Wait, the bucket is gone. Huh? What do you mean the bucket is gone? Just when I was about to close the game saying that we have unlocked all the endings. Why is the bucket gone? The bucket is gone because it escaped? Oh my god, truly.
When Stanley came to a set of
Wait,
two
does that mean
open
we can
doors,
never see the
he entered
bucket
the door
again?
on his left.
What am I gonna do without the bucket?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Just gonna get an ending really quick and see if my bucket comes back.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the
It's been a while
narrator
since
talk.
we fought this one.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Right, I forgot about this. Guess we're gonna relax for a moment.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Of course, of course. Whoop. Can't believe the buckets actually left. I know that we saved it, but I didn't think it would actually be gone.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Now I
Mind
understand
Control
the true
Facility.
repercussions of my actions. Ah, you thought I was gonna do the mind control ending because it's the true ending and this will probably be the last one we get? Nope. we're gonna get to
Aha,
Zorn.
You've made it to the bottom of the mind control
One last
facility.
time.
Welcome. You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs.
Exactly how it's supposed to be.
We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
I love
we
it.
call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job. You did it.
And not only did we make it to the bottom of the mind control facility, we also got basically every single ending, at least all that I could find, and 5 that I couldn't find. So, not a beautiful outro song, don't you think?
It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending.
Damn, it's just as beautiful as I remembered it.
I believe in your ability to cross
Oh yeah.
this barrier.
Since there is apparently no save song demo, my heart is only a little broken.
Good job, you did it.
Once we check if the bucket comes back, we're probably gonna raid someone and finish this game. Which means that next week we're gonna start 2 new games actually. Because our Wednesday slot is vacant and our Saturday slot is vacant now. Damn! Lots of new games. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, let me check on the bucket real
Stanley
quick.
decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from
bucket.
others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
We got a replacement bucket. This game is so beautiful.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Okay, I know I said that we would finish, but now I need to see what happens if I lose this one too.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
So I'm gonna quickly
and
also
entered
send
the
this
door on his
bucket
left.
away. Replacement bucket. Try not to lose this
Still
one
no one
too,
was
you
here.
dart.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
Towers
walked
principal
upstairs
next
to the boss's
week.
office.
Yep, I think that's gonna be one of the two. Not sure yet if I now put it on Wednesday or Saturday.
Stepping in.
You know, this is the perfect time for you to decide, Howard. You know, do you want to be able to be on Wednesday or Saturday, huh? This is the one chance to decide before I put in the schedule and it will stay there forever. Nah, yeah. Yeah. Wednesday, if you can make it in time. In. Alright. Wednesday it is, I guess. I'm not quite sure yet what I'm gonna put on these Saturdays, but maybe I'm gonna finally get around to playing Rain World. I've heard a lot of good things about Rain World. Apparently it's very difficult, so, you know, maybe you be able to watch me suffer on stream after all, even if it's not absolute radiance. course, I also still have some other games on my list. I will have a look and decide when. So yeah, let's put Talos Principle on Wednesday, and I'm gonna have a look at a list and think about what to put on Saturday. We've actually been getting through a lot of games recently. I'm sure it's not because I haven't 100%ed the achievements on any of these. That would be good interest. There must be some other reason why we're getting through games quickly. Not sure what it is though. Actually, it says with the reset of Talos with some fast, so depending on the time zone may or may not be available on Wednesday evening. I mean, if it is on Thursday, then we may have to put it on Saturday, you know. I thought the release was last Thursday. I must have confused it. If it's on this Thursday, then we should probably put it on Saturday, just to make sure that it's actually out. By the way, what's strange is that the replacement bucket still has the Property of Stanley sticker. I didn't think it would, considering that it's a replacement bucket and not the original, you know? The narrator was so nice and replaced with stickers as well. Ah, I see, I see. But yeah, we should probably go with Saturday just to be sure that it's out, otherwise it would be a bit awkward, you know. And even if based on time zones, Dory comes out on Wednesday, I doubt that I would have enough time to like install it and everything.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Alright, it's gone again. What if I start again? Oh, this again.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Damn. The fervent Wi-Fi isn't real. It's still in my head. She has a really cute voice. Alright, we got another replacement bucket. Do we get another voice line?
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
Oh, it's just the same. Okay. Well, we're gonna take our bucket. And we're gonna end this game here, I suppose. Black and tea. Aww. Alright. Stretchies. Stretchies. Move. Stretchies completed. Alright, so yeah, we're probably gonna pick up something else on Wednesday and play Talos Principle on Saturday then. I usually also have more brain capacity to think about riddles on Saturday because, you know, it's Saturday. I don't have anything else to do on that day, cause it's the weekend. So it probably fits better. Yeah, let's go with Saturday, I think. Anything else? Don't think so? Don't think so. Let's look for someone to raid. But didn't you see the developer said that thinking is not required? Oh, surely. I'm sure there's going to be a very simple game with no thinking. Definitely. Okay, how full are we raid? A lot of people online today. I guess let's raid Medusa. my good old mother's sibling. Haven't seen her in a while. Alright. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with Sandy Perrow there. It definitely deserves all the things Miller said about it. And most of those are positive things. Yeah. It was definitely an experience. And yeah, like I said, look forward to 2 new games that will start next week. I'm gonna put them on the schedule and let you guys know. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, see you on Monday for movie night or Wednesday for the mystery stream of some new game. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.